Members, please take your seats. We have 3 memorial resolutions. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to suspend all rules, the necessary ones and the unnecessary ones, to take up and consider House Resolution 2060.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2060 by Dutton in memory of George Herman McGowan of Houston.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. McGowan was a World War II veteran. He was a graduate of Wheatley High School, and he was 93 years old at his passing. And I considered it an honor to be able to present this resolution in honor and memory of his life. And so thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, I move to suspend all necessary rules, the unnecessary ones and the necessary ones, to bring up and consider House Resolution 2103.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2103 by Dutton in memory of Erica Nicole Patterson Hicks.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I join Ms. Patterson's family in sharing this resolution with her, and I ask you to join me in recognizing the memory and legacy of Ms. Patterson.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 64 by Sherman in memory of Carl Martin Holmes of Duncanville.
The chair recognizes Mr. Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The family of Carl Martin Holmes should be here this morning, I believe, but I have not received notification that they made it. I stand to recognize this fine gentleman who served our country in Vietnam, served our country admirably in the U.S. Army, and he will be forever missed for all the contributions that he made, not only for the country, but in his community as well, in the city of Duncanville. He and his wife raised a fine family, and we miss him dearly. His funeral service was attended by so many in the community. He was the kind of man that sacrificed not only for the community, but he sacrificed for his family too, and that's why he has a family of members that are also in the military as well and have served the country in both here and abroad in war and during peace times. So I rise to give honor to a man who gave so much honor to this country at a time when the country didn't necessarily honor him. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 25, SB 158, SB 315, SB 317, SB 386, SB 401, SB 422, SB 459, SB 477, SB 565, SB 627, SB 629, SB 785, SB 796, SB 991, SB 1001, SB 1040, SB 1051, SB 1057, SB 1136, SB 1146, SB 1236, SB 1308, SB 1402, SB 1431, SB 1520, SB 1525, SB 1568, SB 1606, SB 1668, SB 1717, SB 1746, SB 1854, SB 1900, SB 1979, SB 2011, SB 2013, SB 2020, SCR 53. SB 15, SB 18, SB 24, SB 26, SB 133, SB 189, SB 222, SB 235, SB 232, SB 365, SB 409, SB 532, SB 554, SB 718, SB 719, SB 773, SB 999, SB 1056, SB 1070, SB 1098, SB 1192, SB 1289, SB 1367, SB 1376, SB 1404, SB 1414, SB 1500, SB 1516, SB 1518, SB 1565, SB 1624, SB 1670, SB 1720. Yes. SB 1916, SB 1929, SB 1930, SB 1998, SB 2052, SB 2091, SB 2105, SB 2120, SB 2133, SB 2192, SB 2200, SB 2248, SB 2292, SB 2314, SB 2325, SB 2370, SB 2376, SB 2406, SB 2429, SB 2440, SB 2453, SB 2476, SB 2479, SB 2601, SB 2605, SB 2620, SCR 52. HB 3, HB 4, HB 9, HB 12, HB 17, HB 18, HB 30, HB 114, HB 375, HB 357, HB 473, HB 621, HB 915, HB 1058, HB 1243, HB 1277, HB 1500, HB 1595, HB 1605, HB 1848, HB 1620, HB 1998, HB 2026, HB 2121, HB 2484, HB 2559, HB 2727, HB 2729, HB 2815, HB 3033, HB 3059, SB 55, SB 200, SB 322, SB 335, SB 336, SB 427, SB 469, SB 498, SB 533, SB 643, SB 667, SB 681, SB 813, SB 893, SB 924, SB 956, SB 997, SB 1015, SB 1113, SB 1131, SB 1242, SB 1290, SB 1327, SB 1342, SB 1379, SB 1399, SB 1467, SB 1517, SB 1526, SB 1712, SB 1999, SB 2008, SB 2277, SB 2350, SB 2588, SB 2595, SB 2597, SB 2598, SB 2604, SB 2613, SB 2616, SCR 50, SCR 51, SCR 54. HB 3297, HB 3372, HB 3440, HB 3447, HB 3453, HB 3456, HB 3461, HB 3466, HB 3474, HB 3550, HB 3672, HB 3699, HB 4123, HB 4227. HB 4443, HB 4500, HB 4635, HB 4696, HB 4759, HB 4888, HB 4990, HB 5012, HB 5105, HB 5180, HB 5183, HB 5344, HB 5405, HCR 123, HCR 126, HJR 3, HJR 125.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend all necessary and unnecessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 2505.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
HR 2505 by Dutton, commemorating the dedication of an official Texas historical marker honoring Congressman Mickey Leland.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Some of you may well know that the Honorable Congressman, late Mickey Leland, was a member of this body before he went to the U.S. Congress. Texas Southern University is planning a historical marker on their campus in honor of him on August 18th. This resolution will be a part of that honoring, and I thank you for it, and I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to suspend again all necessary and unnecessary rules to take and consider House Resolution 2424.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2424 by Dutton, congratulating C.P. Buck Sloan of Houston on his 99th birthday.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I hope you'll join me in saying congratulations to Buck Sloan for doing something that most of us won't get to do, and that is get to a 99th birthday. And so I move adoption of House Resolution 2424.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, I move to suspend all necessary and unnecessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 2228.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2228 by Dutton, congratulating Maxine Kirby of Houston on her 90th birthday.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I hope you'll join me in saying congratulations to a proud Texas Southern graduate. She holds her master's degree from Texas Southern, and she is just a wonderful Houstonian and a person we should all honor, and certainly the opportunity to do that on her birthday is well taken, and I ask you, I move adoption of House Resolution 2228.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 2185, honoring the legendary Chairwoman Sophronia Thomas, our beloved, I'm just nervous because I'm so excited about this, Thompson, our beloved Miss T, for 50 consecutive years in the Texas House of Representatives.
Members, you've heard the motion. There better not be any objection. The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution in full.
H.R. 2185 by Reynolds. Whereas the Honorable Sophronia Thompson has dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the betterment of Texas during a half-century of distinguished service in the Texas House of Representatives. And whereas the Dean of the Texas House, Miss T, is the longest-serving woman and longest-serving black lawmaker in the legislature. She was first elected in 1972 when women were not even allowed to open a credit card in their own name. Since then, she has been at the forefront of historic change, working tirelessly on behalf of justice, equality, and opportunity for all. And whereas Representative Thompson was among the first to take on the scourge of human trafficking, and her efforts have made Texas a leader in anti-trafficking legislation. Known for her tenacity and ability to work across the aisle, she doggedly built a broad-based coalition to finally win passage of the James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Act. Her myriad accomplishments also include the Sexual Assault Program Fund, the state's first and only alimony law, laws creating drug courts, and legislation providing insurance coverage for anti-cancer oral medication, 3D monograms, HPV and cervical cancer screening, and contraceptives. In 2019, her 11th hour bill amendment gave Texas one of the nation's toughest prescription drug price transparency laws. And whereas, in notable efforts to benefit seniors, Representative Thompson secured passage of legislation allowing Medicaid nursing home residents to keep more of their retirement and Social Security money for personal use, as well as a bill permitting homeowners over the age of 65 to make quarterly property tax payments without penalty. She authorized the Chief Justice Jack Pope Act, which increased funding for legal aid to low-income Texans with civil cases, as well as the Michael Morton Act, which instituted important criminal justice reforms. Among many other measures to defend the vulnerable, she secured passage of legislation banning racial profiling, strengthening protective orders, shielding unpaid interns from sexual harassment, and increasing sex offender penalties. And whereas Representative Thompson has shared her expertise as a member and chair of numerous committees, she currently chairs the Select Committee on Youth Health and Safety, and she is a member of the Committees on Licensing and Administrative Procedures, Redistricting, and State Affairs. And whereas inducted into the Texas Women's Hall of Fame in 2014, Representative Thompson has been named one of the top 10 best legislators by the Texas Monthly, and she is the sole recipient of the Rosa Parks Award from the Texas Legislative Black Caucus. A graduate of Thurgood Marshall School of Law, she also holds a Master of Law degree in International Law from the University of Houston, a Master of Education degree from Prairie View A&M University, and a bachelor's degree in biology from Texas Southern University. Moreover, she is a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and whereas Symphonia Thompson has blazed a remarkable path over the course of 26 terms in the Texas House, and her vision, leadership, and unyielding commitment to social justice are a tremendous inspiration to all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Texas House of Representatives of the 80th Texas Legislature hereby honor State Representative Symphonia Thompson for 50 years of service in the Texas House and extend to her sincere best wishes for continued success. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for Representative Thompson as an expression of high regard by the Texas House of Representatives.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the resolution.
Members, I know that took a long time, but it would not have happened if she would not have had a long tenure of exemplary service. She truly is the embodiment of Maya Angelou's phenomenal woman. She truly is someone whose shoulders we stand on, someone who's been a pioneer, a trailblazer, someone who is unapologetic about 50 years. Ms. T, we want you to know we love you. We stand on your shoulders. We're truly grateful that God chose you to serve in the Texas House, and that you never quit, that you never gave up through the ups and downs, all the adversities, the trials, the tribulations, the persecutions. You always press forward. And I know there are many children, including my own. I have them here today because I wanted them to see and witness what women could achieve, breaking glass ceilings, never giving up, never giving in. Even though during that time in '73 when you came in, it was rough. That was the year that I was born. And I know that we've come a long way, and we owe a lot of it because of the fight and tenacity of you. And we owe a special extra gratitude for you for being one of the 8 founders of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus. So members, thank you so much. She didn't know about this today, so I hope, Ms. T, I hope you'll Sometimes they say it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. So, Ms. T, I hope you forgive me for this indulging in all of our caucus and all of the members really wanted to give you your flowers while you could smell them, because far too often we wait until people are dead and gone and let them know how much we appreciated them. But no more. We are letting you know right now that we love you and that we appreciate you, and this Texas House of Representatives is better because of your 50 years of exemplary service. Thank you.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Dean Craddock moves to add all members' names. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. And Mr. Dutton moves to add all members' names. The chair recognizes Dean Craddock.
Mr. Speaker, members, 50 years is a short period of time. I've got 54. I told her she needs to kind of move along here. But anyway, this is a wonderful activity you did. You did it for me 4 years ago, and I appreciated it. And Nadine and I, we remember the whole thing we did. We've talked about it a lot of times, and a lot of people have given us pictures that they took, which is fun. Sinfonia and I are really close friends. I've told this story where Representative Gates is standing. I sat there and she sat in this front chair. And one session, I think it was her first session, she wandered back there one day and she said, "Do you know anything about the oil and gas business?" I said, "Well, a little bit." And she said, "Well, I'm going to court this afternoon defend somebody on an oil and gas deal, and I don't know anything about it." She dumps all this stuff on my desk and says, "Could you write what I'm supposed to say?" And so about 2:30 or 3, I think that's about right, in the afternoon, she comes back and said, "Well, we won." And so that's how we got to be good friends anyway. But she kind of wanted me to do those from then on. I'm not an attorney, so I didn't. But she's been great to work with, and it's fun, and it's fun both being deans of the House, and I think that mainly it's a relationship, and that's what the House is all about. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or what, conservative or liberal, it all comes down to most everybody in here are friends. We have disagreement every now and then. I haven't even been known to have one or two, but it's all about friendship and respect for each other. And I have 100% respect for Sinfonia, and I think most people do. And when she stands up here, it gets quiet in the House, and people listen, and that's because of respect. And so thank you all for doing this for her. Thank you for doing it for me several years ago. And Sinfonia, God bless you, and I hope that we both continue to add years to our knowledge of what we're doing. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
Ms. T, I had to get up here and say something. As a freshman legislator, you've been invaluable to me, just sort of helping me navigate things. But even before I came to this body, when I was on city council, when I was on the school board, I could always call you and talk to you and help figure things out. And as a criminal defense lawyer, I'll just say this. The Michael Morton Act changed the game for criminal defense, where at least the defense knew what the state had so that we could try to have a fair fight and trial. And so the things that you've done as a legislator are super important to Texas and to humanity. And I hope to be able to learn from you continually. And I hope that I know these rules as good as you do before this is over, because it was brilliant to watch you just shut things down when the rest of us are like, what rule is that? How did she do that? It's just beautiful to watch, and I'm just really thankful that I got elected before your time here ended so that I could learn from you and you could be a mentor to me. And I also want to thank you. We are sorority sisters, so to Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, you represent us well as well.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Thank you. I'll keep it short. I just want to say to Ms. T, she is more than just an amazing legislator. She's an amazing person. She always goes out of her way to make sure that everyone knows what they're doing. She's always a knowledge book that you can never not get enough from. And I just want to thank you for always being there for Jefferson County, for my family personally. And I just want to say we are all blessed to be able to be here with her, serving with her. And Ms. T, thank you, as I have said before, for making me a better man and a better legislator. And we are all beyond grateful without words for everything you've done for this state and for people, men and women in general. So thank you, Ms. T.
Chair recognizes Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and let me say it's been a tremendous benefit for me to be sitting right next to Ms. T, and you can almost hear what she's thinking from time to time, and it's been tremendously rewarding and very educational, Ms. T, and I love you and love what you've done for this House and this state, and God bless you. Thank you all.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen.
Ms. T is a very special person. From first grade to the State House. Thank you, Sinfronia. They will never know the connection we have. Thank you.
I would just like to say that there's a common saying around this body that we all just end up on a composite down in the basement at some point. Ms. T will be on every composite in the chamber and on the basement, along with Dean Craddock and Mr. Dutton. They just reminded me there's 150 years of experience right here on the dais right now. And I'll just end with the House is a better place with Ms. T in it. I think we all agree with that. So congratulations, Ms. Thompson. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'm very humbled by this resolution today. And I was very impressed to hear all of the things that I have been able to accomplish. But none of those things that I accomplished were without the support and help for legislators like you and those in the past. It just shows you what can be accomplished when we work together. And the things that I like about the House, we know how to put partisanships aside on many issues and work on the issues themselves. And those bills that were passed is a testimony to the leadership of the speakers that I was so privileged to serve. I want to thank the good Lord for blessing me to be here, my constituents for being intelligent enough to send me, and my colleagues for the gracious enough to tolerate me. Thank you.
Speaker.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a motion to reduce to writing all the comments regarding Ms. Thompson, including the speakers and Ms. Thompson, entered into the journal.
Members of the motion to object, and the chair hears none, so ordered.
clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2382 by Dutton, honoring Laura G. Thomas of San Antonio for her contributions to the legal profession and to public policy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker and members, Mr. Speaker, could we have some order? I don't know what the...
Members, please give your attention to Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am told there are about 500,000 words in the English language, and sometimes a word in the English language does not really demonstrate with emphasis where you'd like to get to. But fortunately, the English language does something that not other languages do. There's a word, though, that allows for that. It's called epizeuxics. And what it means is that when two words are described together for greater emphasis, now the person who did that more often were people like Shakespeare, who used that more often than not. But you'll be familiar with it because sometimes people say things like raining, raining. Well, that's to emphasize that it's raining pretty hard. And so today what I want to do is I want to talk about a lawyer who is not just a lawyer, but she's a lawyer. She is joining us in the gallery today. She is the president of the Texas Trial Lawyers Association, one of the more formidable groups in this capital, one of the most honored groups in this capital. And she is one of Texas's super lawyers, and she's in the gallery, in the South Gallery, and I'd like to have her stand at the moment. Here she is in the gallery, members. I'd like for you all to join me in saying thank you for all that you do for Texas. Thank you she's from San Antonio, and thank you for all that you do. And with that, members, she was a surprise to this because she didn't know we were going to do this. And so I'm honored that you all are here, but I'm more especially honored that you are leading an organization that stands really for making Texas a better place to live, to work, and to raise a family. God bless you all and God keep you is my prayer. And I move adoption of House Resolution 2382, members.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, are we going to be voting on any pending legislation today, or are we just doing sine die at the end of session today?
Chair is not advised.
So you don't know whether we're going to be voting on any legislation prior to finishing sine die today?
Not at this time.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
If a spouse of a member wanted to come to the floor, according to Rule 9, Section 12, they could be allowed on the floor specifically today. Is that correct?
That requires approval by Chairman Metcalf.
Which was provided today. Is that correct?
The chair is not advised.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
According to Rule 9, Section 15, there's no lobbying on the floor, which I fully understand. But today, if there was a spouse that worked for a conservative organization but wanted to be here with their spouse today, and there's nothing to lobby for, couldn't that member be afforded the opportunity to be here with their spouse because they're not lobbying on the floor today?
Mr. Tinderholt, you're going to have to speak to Mr. Metcalf.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I think I think this is a question for the speaker or the acting speaker right now. We have a member that would like their spouse to be on the floor, but they work for a conservative organization, and they were just told their spouse could not be here with the other spouses to enjoy sine die. And spouses give up their families when we come here as well. And with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I'd kind of like to get an answer, not from the chairman of that committee, but from the speaker, as to whether this spouse could be allowed here today, while they're not lobbying, they want to enjoy sine die with their spouse who serves in the Texas House and serves with us.
A person who advocates for legislative policy is strictly prohibited from being on the floor at any time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
The rule is very specific. It says against any pending, for or against any pending legislation, and I would find it hard to believe that we'll be voting on any legislation before we close out today. And that's rule, page 90, rule 5, section 15. I don't see that there's any pending legislation happening right now, and I think it's a travesty that we would not allow this spouse to enjoy sine die for this individual's first session.
Thank you, Mr. General.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Am I going to get an answer on whether this spouse is allowed on the floor today to enjoy sine die with all the other spouses? According to Rule 5, Section 12, because Section 15 shouldn't be included right now. There's no pending legislation.
I've answered your inquiry, and I encourage you to visit with Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to consider House Resolution 2235.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2235 by Jones of Harris, commending the 2023 University of Houston Hobby Fellows.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Today, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary Hobby Fellows from my alma mater, the University of Houston, in its Hobby School of Public Affairs. These young people have been instrumental in keeping our offices running smoothly, attending meetings, interacting with constituents, and ensuring our operations run flawlessly. I want to give a special shout out to my legislative director, which she's somewhere here, Marie McGrew. So what I'll say about Marie is that she's from Dallas. If you know some songs, you know, started from the bottom, now we're here. She started off as an intern, and now she's my legislative director, and she's doing a great job. When she began being my legislative director, I got a bunch of hearings that I didn't have previously, and got a number of bills through the House. So thank you for that. She taught me a lot about the legislative process. She has a tremendous work ethic, and she has infectious energy, and she's been incredible to work with. I'm grateful to have her by my side. I'd also like to not forget a number of other Hobby Fellows, and they are Chris Schofield, Rohit Shajan, Esme Ledesma, Andrea Cubillos, Reynaldo Ernie Perez, Aaron Rollins, Cyrus Hosseini, Andrea Ellis, Adrian Hernandez, Mariela Rea, and I want to just go back to Cyrus really quickly. I know Cyrus because he volunteered in my Houston office, and he works for Representative Ann Johnson. So he's awesome too because I know him personally, and they all are. So let me present these amazing young people with this resolution to recognize their contributions to the legislature. Thank you for being true rock stars of our legislative offices. Keep shining, make a difference, and know that you have our deepest gratitude and respect. Thank you to everyone. Let's give them a well-rounded round of applause. And Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The following resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the resolutions.
The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendar. H.R. 2509, H.R. 2510, H.R. 2511, H.R. 2512, H.R. 2513, H.R. 2514, H.R. 2515, H.R. 2516, H.R. 2517, H.R. 2518, H.R. 2519, H.R. 2520, H.R. 2521, H.R. 2523, H.R. 2524, H.R. 2525, H.R. 2526, H.R. 2527, H.R. 2528, H.R. 2529, H.R. 2530, H.R. 2531, H.R. 2532, H.R. 2533, H.R. 2534, H.R. 2535, H.R. 2536, H.R. 2537, H.R. 2538, H.R. 2539, H.R. 2540, H.R. 2541, H.R. 2542, H.R. 2543, H.R. 2544, H.R. 2545, H.R. 2546.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 1700 by Lalani, commemorating Father's Day 2023.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Today on the last day, as we say in Texas House, sine die, or if you want to impress some of your friends and speak Latin, sine die. Today I want to take a moment and honor a very important person in my life, my mentor, my role model, my father, who has taught me many things. And he has taught me honesty and integrity. He has taught me humility and compassion. He has taught me value of hard work. And he has taught me service to others. One time he told me, if somebody comes and asks you of help, the first thought that should come in your mind should be, thank you, Lord. And the second thought that should follow is, how can I help? Because there's a very fine line between the ability to help and needing help. And the good Lord has put you on this side of the line where you have the ability. So simply put, he said, if you have an ability, then it is your responsibility. He also told me, success is not in the end result, but success is in trying, giving your best. He told me success is not to be perfect, but to be happy, to be content, and to be learning. Next month, in June 18th, we'll be doing Father's Day, but we won't be here on the floor. Although Mr. Speaker has given us the garment bag, maybe that means pack up your clothes and get ready. But I would like to take this moment to recognize Father's Day. It was first proposed by Sonora Smart Dodd in 1910 to honor her father, and over the years, it has grown into a worldwide celebration. The Father's Day has been dedicated to honoring all those incredible fathers in our lives. They are the guiding light, the unwavering support, and the voice of encouragement that shape us. Their sacrifices and unconditional love inspires us every day. Let's reach out to them and let them know they are cherished. And for those of us whose fathers have transitioned to a heavenly abode, let's find somebody or let's do some good deed in their memory. May we take this time to recognize all our fathers in our life, not just today, but every day for their immense impact and the profound legacy they leave behind. Happy Father's Day to all the remarkable fathers out there.
We love you, Grandpa, and Speaker, we move for adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all the necessary rules to take up H.R. 2296.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2296 by Metcalf, commending Region 7 of Texas Department of Public Safety for its service to the Capitol complex during the 88th legislative session.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've all seen our many DPS officers standing guard throughout the Capitol complex and its grounds this session. These dedicated men and women have worked hard to keep us safe each and every day. Under the leadership of Regional Director Scotty Shiver, the Region 7 Department of Public Safety tirelessly carries the responsibility of protecting and serving legislators and state employees. They're hardworking and professional. I'd like to take a moment to recognize a few of these essential staff. Captain Tim Carradine, Lieutenant Craig Henry, Sergeant Richard Juarez, Sergeant Dakota Keenan, Sergeant Chris Sordom, Captain Anthony Rodriguez, Major Gabriel Ortiz, Captain Ralph Oland, Lieutenant Louis Verdea, Lieutenant Romero Salvador, and Security Operations Manager Carrie Reyes. As you are well aware, there are many more officers that we also need to thank. Please thank them throughout the Capitol as you see them today. We're grateful for them as well, and we thank the entire department for their work this session. Please join me in congratulating them. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted.
The Senate will come to order. Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action.
The chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary read the resolution.
SCR 62 by Perry, instructing the enrolling clerk of the Senate to make the following corrections in the enrolled version of Senate Joint Resolution number 75, adding the specific underlined language.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on the comptroller's recommendations, after looking at the fund and the way it's set up, the two buckets that were created under Senate Bill 28 that are appropriated under the GAA and under the guise of the GAA and the oversight of the GAA, the actual money, once it hits the funds, were not authorized to be moved by Texas Water Development Board according to the fund's objectives. With that, this grants them that authority by statute and clears up any misunderstanding and for the ability to do that. With that, I move adoption to SCR 62.
Senator Perry moves the adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Burgville, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes and no nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 715 by Betancourt, congratulating Dale Kramer on his retirement as president of the Texas Taxpayers and Research Association.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Nancy, you going to read it? Yeah.
Senate Resolution 715, whereas Dale Kramer is retiring as president of the Texas Taxpayers and Research Association on July 1st, 2023, drawing to a close an outstanding career with the organization that has spanned nearly 3 decades. And whereas Mr. Kramer joined TTARA in 1997 and he served as chief economist before being promoted to president in 2009. Under his able leadership, the organization has served as an effective advocate for responsible fiscal and tax policy in Texas and has provided its members with important information, analysis, and resources. And whereas engaged in his professional community, Mr. Kramer is a member of the Business Taxes Advisory Committee of Texas and the National Taxpayers Conference, and he has served on the executive boards of the National Association of State Budget Officers and the Council of Governors Policy Advisors. Before joining TTARA, he served as Deputy Director of the Office of Budget and Planning for Governor George Bush, as Director of the Office of Budget and Planning for Governor Ann Richards, as Fiscal Analyst for Speaker of the House Gib Lewis, and as Director of the Office of Revenue Estimating for Controller Bob Bullock. He holds a master's degree in economics from the University of Texas at Austin. And whereas in all his endeavors, Mr. Kramer enjoys the love and support of his wife, Teresa, and he takes great pride in their children, Kyle, Jason, and Lily. And whereas Dale Kramer has greatly benefited his fellow Texans through his skill, dedication, and professionalism, and he may indeed reflect with pride on a career well spent. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 88th Texas Legislature hereby congratulate Dale Kramer on his retirement as president of the Texas Taxpayers and Research Association and extend to him sincere best wishes for the future. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for Mr. Kramer as an expression of high regard by the Texas Senate.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Dale, it's great to see you because you have been a fixture here at the Capitol for as long as I can remember, which is substantially a long time. And I think if the members heard the discussion, Dale Kramer is a unique individual, Senator Eckhart, okay? Senator Whitmire, I think, knows this. This is a person that was the Office of Budget and Planning for Governor Bush, the Director of the Office of Budget and Planning for Governor Ann Richards, a fiscal analyst for House Speaker Gib Lewis, and Director of the Office of Revenue Estimating for Controller Bob Bullock. Wow. Dale, you're not only just a retiring, respected president of the Texas Taxpayers Research Association. You work for what are the iconic members of people that may or may not someday have their picture on the walls of this Capitol. And you've worked for both Democrats and Republicans. And throughout that time, your North Star has been what is the truth for tax policy in this state. And you've never varied from it. And I can only imagine what you'll do with your spare time, but I think we're going to promote you to the self-styled president and emeritus of tax nerds, and we will need you, okay, as issues continue to come forward the legislature. But more importantly, I just want to say that there are unique individuals that can work for both sides of the aisle and for decades provide the right advice to shape tax policy that has made Texas the job economic engine of the country. And there's a few people that can actually claim, if they wanted to, a percentage of that. But I know you won't, because you're too self-effacing and you won't say it. But Uncle Paul's going to say it, because you've done more to make Texas a tax policy success than any other individual in my lifetime. and I want to thank you. And with that, I also want to introduce your charming now replacement, Jennifer Rabb, who I think many of you know from her days, among many things, at Rice University, Lieutenant Governor's Office. Someday you'll get a resolution too, but not today, Jennifer. But she is the new incoming president of the Texas and Taxpayers Research Association. And I just want to say that, in closing, and I think Senator Middleton has some comments and maybe others do, that when people decide to retire, there are those that no one misses, and there are those that everyone misses. And that's why you're not retiring, even though we're giving you this resolution, because, right, you are the chairman emeritus of the now newly formed Texas Taxpayer Nerd Association. Congratulations, Dale. Please give him a hand for decades of service to the state of Texas.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized on the resolution.
Just to briefly say how much I admire you and how much I admire your organization for being a genuine think tank. Perhaps it's a little easier to be a genuine think tank when you're dealing with numbers. The numbers just don't lie. And my deepest admiration to you, Dale, and to the organization for speaking truth to power and for standing up for the numbers. And that good policy, effective, efficient, fair, and minimally intrusive, knows no party. And one of the best ways to measure whether your policy is effective, efficient, fair, and minimally intrusive is through the numbers. I have enjoyed learning from you. I've even enjoyed being told when I was wrong and shown the numbers. It makes us better as policymakers to have a genuine think tank with people who are truly dedicated to that idea of effective, efficient, fair, and minimally intrusive. I wish that in the interim, when we realized we were going to have this big fat surplus, that perhaps if we had gotten Dale Kramer on the case and said, Dale, just come up with the best mousetrap and we'll fill in the numbers later, we could have had an amazing moment of readjusting our tax burden between local and state funds. And we're going to keep working on it to live up to your example and to our collective goal of that effective, efficient, fair, and minimally intrusive state government that works as a very productive partner with our locals and our federal counterparts. Thank you so, so much. And I very much look forward to working with you, Ms. Rabb.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Betancourt, for this resolution. I cannot believe that Dale Kramer is retiring. You're too young to retire. But I have to say this, anytime I needed advice or information about property taxes and any kind of taxes, I could always depend on Mr. Kramer to be able to give me factual information. Give me the pros and cons. I remember when I was struggling on the proposal for property tax caps, and I spoke to him. He gave me the consequences of certain caps, gave me the results of not having caps, the flow of revenue, and I am so grateful to you, Dale Kramer, for providing factual information, not biased information, not partisan information, not Democrat or Republican information, but just factual information that really took care of our taxpayers, that really took care and gave us guidance as to our responsibility to take care of taxpayers' money. So for that, I really appreciate all the work you've done, not only in advising me and guiding me, but also what you've done for us and the general public in providing information that helps to make decisions to be frugal and protect the money of the people of the state of Texas. So thank you for the work you've done.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to move to add all members' names to this resolution to honor a resolute champion for Texas taxpayers, where you've devoted nearly your entire life to that. And I know a lot of Texans are grateful for your fight to make sure they get to keep more of their own money in their own pocket. And with that, I move we add all names.
Senator Middleton moves adoption of all the names added to the resolution. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, I move adoption of Senate Resolution 715. Can't be a better person to recognize today than Dale Kramer in the entire state of Texas.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Congratulations. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures. SCR 62 by Perry.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator West for an important introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. First of all, I better acknowledge my wife on the floor, Carol West. Now I can go home. Mr. President and members, you know, I've had the honor of serving in the Texas State Senate now for the past 30 years. And the reality is that I've had several persons in my office that have tolerated me for these last 30 years. One of those persons didn't know that I was going to recognize her today. Their name is Teresa Moreno. Teresa Moreno is up in the gallery, and I'm going to ask Teresa to stand up. Stand up, Teresa. No, I mean, really, stand up. Teresa, I mean, when I think about Teresa, I think about someone that whatever I need to have done in the Senate, she's kind of the person that dispatches and coordinates and makes certain that I'm where I need to be, when I need to be there. And if any of you members have had a person that works with you, notice I didn't say for you, but works with you that can finish your sentences, Teresa is one of those persons. She can finish my sentence, and in many instances, start the sentence, because she knows exactly what I want to have done. Teresa has been with me for like 30 years. Her outside professional endeavors, Teresa is active in a number of community organizations and has served as a member of the Dallas Arboretum Board, the Hispanic 100, in addition to serving as president of the Hispanic Women's Network of Texas. She's a devoted wife to her husband of 36 years. And Robert, I think Robert's here. Robert did not make it, but Robert's a great man also. And so, again, members, she's been with me now for like 30 years. I'd like us to acknowledge her service to the great state of Texas by giving her a hand. Mr. Chairman, I have one other employee that many of you know also. Now, mind you, Teresa started with me on January the 12th, 1993, and LaWanna Barton, who's my chief of staff, also started with me around the same time, but I think it was like in March of 1993. All of you know LaWanna. She served as my chief of staff for these many years, and obviously she's an expert in education policy. When someone needs a go-to person in terms of education, they talk to LaWanna. When some of the younger chiefs of staff come on board, we get a lot of calls from the chiefs of staff just to get some best practices in terms of how they should manage their office. You know, LaWanna, over the course of her career, has received a number of prestigious accolades in recognition of her professional achievement. In education and policy, she's been awarded she was a recipient of the 2022 Unsung Hero Award by Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and she's been honored to receive the Yellow Rose of Texas from Governor Ann Richards and the Mamie Elizabeth Williams Humanitarian Award. She's exemplified professionalism. She's exemplified great ethics, making certain that if there was even a question as to whether something that we would do in our office was ethical, she would raise it with me to make certain I thought through it, and in many instances made certain I followed her advice. She's here on the floor with us today. I was limited in terms of number of proclamations I could do. So I'd like her to stand up, and let's make sure we acknowledge LaWanna Barton. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 730 by Whitmire, the caucus resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator Whitmire to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is our Senate Resolution 730 that we discussed in caucus, outlining our interim budgets. I move adoption, Mr. President.
Senator Whitmire moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and no nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Menendez for an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, as we hopefully await what I hope is the right way to end session, I'd like to introduce the people who allowed me to come onto this floor in a prepared way, in a way that the folks from Senate District 26 can be proud of, and that we can best serve the state of Texas. So normally we start with our chiefs. What I'm going to do is go backwards and start with the young interns that worked so hard for experience, for a little bit of pay, aren't going to be full-time, but they gave all their heart. And so we have in the gallery, in the East Gallery, and I want y'all to stand as I call your names out, Ms. Jacqueline Martinez. Jackie, stand up. And then we have next to her, Victoria de Anda. And then we have Nicholas Basha, Sebastian Gallegos, James Halmeck. Who else? I don't want to leave anybody out here. Okay. And Adrian Tristan. There we go. We got all of y'all. And then on the legislative staff, sitting up in the back, you can't see him right now, is Hutch Hutchison. And on the floor behind me is Alex Calv, and their fearless leader, our chief of staff and general counsel, Pearl Cruz, in her first official complete session as the chief of staff, St. Mary's Law grad, who at 29 is doing a terrific job. Wait, when does 30 come, in a day or two? June 3rd, right? June 3rd. So happy early birthday. And members, please help me thank my staff who've helped prepare me and made me a better senator. Couldn't do the job without y'all. Thank you for all your hard work. Look forward to interim and to all your future endeavors. For all your interns, your future is bright. The future of Texas is bright with you guys. Bright, hardworking young people. And so thank you, Pearl. Thank you, team. Thank you, Mr. President and senators. Thank you all for indulging me. Thank you very much.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 731 by Hall. Whereas it is a pleasure for the Texas Senate to honor a beloved and respected longtime staff member, Sushma Smith, by naming her the 2023 legislative recipient of the Betty King Public Service Award. And whereas as senior counsel to Senator Carol Alvarado, Sushma handles the responsibilities of her position with the utmost diligence and professionalism, and she is well liked and admired by the legislators and by the many Capitol staff members with whom she has worked throughout her years of employment with the Texas Senate. And whereas Sushma joined the Senate in 2007 and served in the roles of legislative analyst and general counsel to Senator Elliott Shapley for several years before serving as legislative director and chief of staff to Senator Jose Rodriguez for more than a decade. In 2021, she joined the staff of Senator Carol Alvarado and has served the office as chief of staff as well as in her current roles as senior counsel and as executive director of the Senate Democratic Caucus. And whereas in her capacity as senior counsel, Sushma plays a major role in helping to guide legislative and policy-making decisions and provides her expertise to advise on a range of matters. She is highly regarded for her superior skill and insight, and her thorough understanding of the legislative process and policy issues have made her an invaluable asset to the Senator's office. In addition, Sushma's service as executive director of the Democratic Caucus has demonstrated her exemplary leadership, her strong work ethic, and her uncompromising commitment to upholding the values she espouses. And whereas Sushma is noted for the kindness, intelligence, and professionalism with which she approaches her work, as well as for the valuable guidance and mentorship she has graciously provided to so many colleagues and staff throughout her years of employment with the Senate. Sushma exemplifies the highest standards of service to the Texas Senate, and her dedication, integrity, and generous spirit are a source of inspiration to all who know and work with her. She's an exceptional Senate employee who is held in highest regard by legislators and by staff members throughout the Capitol, and the Texas Senate takes pride in honoring her with the Betty King Public Service Award. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas 88th Legislature hereby commends Sushma Smith on her outstanding service to the Texas Senate and extend to her congratulations on earning the 2023 Betty King Public Service Award.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations. This is you have been picked by your peers, and the bar that's set by those who work in this chamber is set very high. And so it is quite an honor, because I cannot say enough, and I think I don't normally speak for my colleagues, but I think at this time I can say we truly appreciate the staff that we have here and are very much impressed with the quality of work and what you do to make us look good. We really appreciate it, because we could not do this without you. And that all I can say is congratulations for an award that you have earned from your peers.
Senator Alvarado on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hall, thank you for your comments and for bringing the resolution forward. It says a lot when you are voted in and chosen by your colleagues from both sides of the aisle. And I've watched her work this side of the room. She sits between Betancourt staff and Bob Hall staff. So that tells you a lot right there. That's just for starters. But your insight on the process of the way the Senate runs, not only the Senate, but the House and this institution, your ability to work with others, even if they are on the opposing side of an issue. You have the ability to bring people together and to manage and to run a caucus with 12 of us. That's not easy. But you do it with grace, and you are passionate about your work. And I know that many of us that are, especially in our caucus, we are better senators because of your insight and your guidance and your thoughtfulness and your keen sense of what the right thing to do is. I don't think you've ever steered us in the wrong direction, but we appreciate you. And I know in the hustle and bustle, we don't get to stop sometimes and say that we do appreciate your hard work, late night hours, reading Senator Johnson's long emails, or looking at all the edits that Z makes on a document we're about to send out, or somebody complaining about maybe the food or the restaurant that was chosen for a caucus dinner. That's a lot to deal with, but you never complain, and you do it in such a professional way. And I just want you to know that I appreciate you, and I'm a better senator both on and off the floor because of you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. You know, I've had the good fortune in our community in El Paso. Senate District 29 has had the great fortune of seeing the hard work, the selfless sacrifice of Sushma. As you all know, Sushma was the chief of staff to two former state senators, Senator Jose Rodriguez and Senator Elliott Shapley. And this award is so well deserved because thousands of constituents in Senate District 29 have benefited from the sacrifice, the selfless service, the long hours, both during session and during the interim, because I used to see Sushma when I worked for other members, and the hard work that she would display and provide for our communities back home in El Paso and parts of West Texas. I can't think of anyone who would deserve this award. You have done such a phenomenal job for our communities, and I think for generations of young people, elder people that you have helped because of the public policy advice that you've given, because of the constituent services that you've given. Many people will benefit because of your service. So Sushma, thank you so much on behalf of the people of Senate District 29 for your sacrifice and your sense of duty. Thank you.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hall, thank you for bringing this resolution forward. To the other chiefs of staffs around the Capitol, thank you for electing Sushma Smith, someone who, in my opinion, over the last 5 sessions, I have observed your work. I know that you've been here longer than that, and you've worked with many other members, but I believe that you obviously you've done wonderful work for Senator Alvarado and her office, but you help the whole body. You mentor so many. You're helpful to young staff. You answer questions. So you've actually raised the bar of professionalism for all of us. And it's never a partisan matter for you. It's just about the policy and the process. And it is professionals like you that help us make this state better. And so thank you for your hard work. Congratulations on your well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hall, you're recognized to close.
Yes, and I'd like to move that we add all senator names to this resolution.
Senator Hall moves that we add all names of all members to this resolution. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted.
Move adoption.
Would all those in favor of the resolution please rise? The resolution is adopted. Congratulations.
Lieutenant Gilman's real safe in the back.
Members, we have another important resolution. If you can take your seats. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 732 by Hall. Whereas it is with great pride that the Texas Senate honors one of its most loyal and respected staff members, Austin Osborne, by naming him the 2023 administrative recipient of the Betty King Public Service Award. And whereas a longtime staff member of the Texas Senate and the currently serving Sergeant at Arms, Austin Osborne has faithfully served as a Senate employee for more than 2 decades. First employed as a messenger with the Sergeant at Arms office, Austin served as an administrative aide to the Secretary of the Senate for several years before becoming Senate doorkeeper. He took on the additional role of Assistant Sergeant at Arms in 2016 before beginning his service as Sergeant at Arms in 2021. He exemplifies the best in Senate service, and through his highly effective leadership, uncompromising work ethic, and encouraging attitude, he consistently brings out the best in those who serve with him and is a source of inspiration to others. And whereas the responsibilities managed by the Sergeant at Arms are critical to the legislative process, and as an elected officer of the Texas Senate, Austin upholds the highest standards for professionalism, attentiveness, courtesy, and respect for tradition. In his role as Sergeant at Arms, he maintains order and decorum in the Senate chamber and ensures the security of senators, staff, and members of the public during legislative sessions. In addition, he oversees his office's numerous employees, which include assistant sergeants, car guards, porters, and messengers. And whereas Austin has consistently carried out his work with dedication and enthusiasm, and he is greatly respected and admired by members of the Senate and by Senate staff. He has a sincere appreciation for the importance of his position, and he is noted for the diligence and care with which he performs the duties of his role, as well as for his warm and welcoming demeanor and his willingness to assist others in whatever way possible. And whereas Austin is beloved by his colleagues and is held in highest regard by legislators and by staff members throughout the Capitol, he is an indispensable asset to the Senate and is an integral part of maintaining the dignity, comportment, and respect befitting of the Senate chamber and the Texas legislature. He sets a standard for excellence in his devoted service to the Texas Senate, and he is most deserving of his selection for a Betty King Public Service Award. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas, 88th Legislature, hereby commend Austin Osborne on his invaluable service to the Texas Senate and extend to him congratulations on earning the 2023 Betty King Public Service Award.
Senator Hall on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations, Austin. Well, job well done and earned, and many of us have followed you along that path you've taken, and we really appreciate what you have done. I, again, do not speak generally for my colleagues, but I think that they would all share our feelings that you have had an excellent example of leadership and the organization in which the Sergeant at Arms folks conduct themselves here. They're almost part of the scenery, but we know they're there, and we know that things are going peacefully because you're there, and we really do appreciate the way in which you manage the operation, conduct yourself in a very professional way. And we thank you very much and your staff for what they do. God bless you.
Senator Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Thank you, Senator Hall. Austin, seemed like I've known you since you came out of school. There was some question about could someone as young as you handle this responsibility? I'm proud to say I thought you could, and you have. The evidence of it is I can't think of one instance this session since you've been sergeant that someone's come to me or I've even heard of a complaint concerning you or your staff. You know, normally as elected officials, not only back home or state problems, but even here on the floor, we hear about problems. We don't hear about good job often enough. But I can honestly tell you that we're fixing to complete 140 days, and I haven't had one member or one guest come to me and question your judgment or your style or your control over the Senate floor. And that's a heck of a statement that I can make, because I can't think of another sergeant, and I've served under several, that have that type of record. So you get great passing grades and admiration of this body, and I'm certain the president and the staff for your ability to maintain this floor at the standards we expect without being overbearing or derelict in your duty. In fact, I want to thank you personally for allowing me to break a couple of rules. But you did let me, and you'd get Karina or other people say, you know, Whitmire, your staff is supposed to be behind the rail or whatnot. But it's all about your style and your personality and your character, and we thank you for that. And I look forward to watching you for many years service the state. You're a true public servant, and you're entitled to this recognition. Thank you, sir. I consider you a friend.
Senator Eckhart.
I rise just to say thank you so much. Thank you for serving with me. You are balancing welcoming Texans to their state capital and also the work that we do in this chamber. Being both welcoming and upholding the decorum of the Senate, and also upholding the reputation of state government for the governed. So I can't tell you how honored I am to serve with you. I'm deeply honored to be a public servant along with you.
Senator Hancock, you recognize?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And first, let me thank you and Patsy for limiting the resolution, because I think we all know in this room that, I kept thinking of words that fit for Austin: integrity, ethics, responsibility, selflessness. And so I want to thank you all for limiting that resolution, because to describe Austin, it could have been much, much, much longer than it was in order to describe him the way he deserves it. Truly a humble leader and servant, and someone that I know everyone on this floor greatly respects, in your quiet leadership and the way that you manage this floor. So Austin, we want to thank you. And thank you again that we didn't have to hear the 5-6 pages that would have properly described Austin.
Senator Colcourse.
Thank you, Mr. President. My goodness, I remember the first time when I came to the Senate and I met Austin, and kind of the sidekick of Rick and the opposite of Rick in ways, in a good way. And for you to have filled his role, and for what you did prior to that and now in the important role that you serve in, style, class, genuineness. And, I think if they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, your reaction when your name was announced, it was worth 1,000,000 words because of your reaction there, the emotion that you showed, and your love for this chamber called the Senate of Texas, and your love for our great state. Thank you so much for the sacrifices that you and your family make. I don't know about this, but that y'all know that he is here all hours of the night, any day of the week. If you've ever locked something accidentally in your desk, it could be at 2 a.m. The staff calls Austin, and the next thing you know, your iPad is back in your office. Thank you, Austin, for your tireless work and your love of this chamber and our state.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Austin, I'm so grateful that my colleagues have
so accurately described our great fortune in having you here. I want to just remind all of our fellow senators that there are things that can be learned. And I know, Austin, you spent years learning the profession that you serve here. There's work that can be done that Senator Colquist just described, and you've done all that and you have all that. There's also some things that are just intrinsic, that some people have that other people don't, and you have it. You have a quality that makes all of us feel secure and welcome and important, and we thank you for that every day. Thank you for being here.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hall, for bringing this resolution. As my former colleague, or my colleagues who have served in the military, they know the word sergeant is a Latin word for servant. And for me, I came out as the rank of sergeant when I came out of the military. And I can't think of anyone that fits the word servant and sergeant better than you. I mean, you are like a happy warrior, someone who keeps the decorum, keeps us safe, keeps things orderly. And you and I have had a lot of fun conversations, especially when I forget my keys and we got to walk all the way down to my office. You made me feel good, even though it was silly that I forgot my keys. But I want to thank you. I think that demonstrates who you are as a person. You're a servant, and we appreciate all you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I bet you were a great sergeant, by the way, Senator. I bet you were a great sergeant. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Austin, look, we had a situation here on this very floor, and you didn't hesitate to put yourself into harm's way. And that meant you were trying to protect not only the witnesses, the members, and everybody else. And once I saw that, I don't need to see anything more about Austin, because I saw you put yourself in harm's way, and that speaks volumes about your character.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. President. Austin, job well done. The fact is that we're giving you the Betty King Public Service Award. And you know what that means. You know what Betty King meant to the Senate. And we're giving you that award for the work the preparation and the work that you've done to make certain that we know that the person we decided to choose to be the sergeant was in fact the right person. And you've done everything that we expected you to do and much more. Even going downstairs with Senator Blanco to make certain he got his keys, okay? That's the type of person you are. And the young people that you've surrounded yourself with, frankly, they are consistent with the qualities that you have. And they make certain that in your absence, that they live up to your expectations in terms of being the Sergeant at Arms. And so thank you for your service. And this is an award well deserved by you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hall, for bringing this resolution. Everything that's been said, I'm not going to belabor, but I think what's important that people know, and those of us who work in this building, we understand, but sometimes it appears that things just happen. But things don't ever happen by accident. The fact that the staff, as professional as the staff is because you as the leader made sure of it. Leadership stops at the top. And they emulate you. You've hired them well. You've trained them well. And people don't realize it, but our committees are also staffed by you and your staff. And regardless of what the issue or the contention is, every committee in this session has felt safe for both the public, for the people working in the building, and that's the key. And so this award is obviously well-deserved. But I just wanted to say thank you for doing everything that sometimes people just think just happens. You go above and beyond to make sure that everyone in this building is safe. And I've seen you at times be concerned for the witnesses, but I've also seen you go above and beyond to make sure that people in this building make sure they get safely to where they need to go who aren't elected officials. And that's critical. That's important because you make sure that this building remains, everyone can feel that they're in their home, their capital, and that their protection and their safety is as important as anyone else's. So thank you for what you've done. You've raised the bar, and we're very proud of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Austin, the hits just keep coming. Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Austin, you're a true officer and a gentleman. There's not one time, particularly as my wife Mel, as on 2 times president of the Senate Ladies, has needed things. You've never told any of us it's not your job. And so all the things that you do, the servant leadership, it's greatly appreciated, well earned, and well deserved. God bless you. Hooah.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. What more can be said? I've served under many sergeant of arms here, and I have to tell you that you are the best. You're a true gentleman. And you open up our doors to our desk when we don't have a key. You bring us batteries to help us with our hearing devices. And you treat everyone the same, equal. And that means a lot to all of us, that when we need assistance, when we need help, you're always there for us. So thank you for the great work that you've done. Thank you.
And Austin, I'll just share with you and members, when I was a freshman, and for those of you who were freshmen this session or in the past when you were freshmen, no one had a tougher session than I did as a freshman, right, Senator Whitmire? Senator West. And there were times, but I know he does this for all of you, there were times when I'd have a really bad day, maybe take a beating on the floor in a debate or wherever, and Austin, you always came up and said, you patted me on the back and said, sir, you're doing a great job. And I know you do that for every member. And you could see, members, that leadership, that kindness, that genuineness. I think someone said genuineness. You know, when it comes to a picture of the good guys in the dictionary, you're a great guy. So you deserve this award. We're honored to serve with you. You always say, it's an honor to serve with you, sir. It's an honor for 31 senators and myself to serve with you. Senator Hall to close.
Thank you. Austin, what's been said here tonight, I agree with completely Senator Hancock. If we'd have turned this resolution loose among the members, it would look like one of Senator Creighton's bills out there. And I'll say, when you took this job, your predecessor left some pretty big shoes and a pretty high bar. And I will say that you have more than filled those shoes, and you have pushed that bar up a couple of notches, and we really appreciate you. And with that, Mr. President, I move that we add all names to this resolution.
That motion is adopted, and would all members rise to adopt this resolution? The resolution is adopted. Congratulations. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, as chair of the Board of Managers, I am directed by the House of Representatives to present to the Senate the articles of impeachment preferred against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr., Attorney General of the state of Texas, which were preferred on May 27, 2023, by a vote of 121 yeas, 23 nays, the President not voting, and I am delivering a certified copy of the resolution embodying these articles to the Senate.
Would the Board of Managers for the House of Representatives deliver the articles of impeachment to the Secretary of the Senate? Please step forward. Thank you. Thank you. Members, we're going to stand at ease until 5. We have some work to do on finishing up a resolution, and we have 2 more memorials to close, and then we will be finished for the day. So if you'll come back at 5, we'll be ready to go. Thank you. Senate will stand at ease until 5 p.m. chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
Senate Bill 10, Senate Bill 12, Senate Bill 17, Senate Bill 22, Senate Bill 28, Senate Bill 29, Senate Bill 30, Senate Bill 640, Senate Bill 1445, Senate Bill 1585, Senate Bill 1677, Senate Bill 1699, Senate Bill 1725, Senate Bill 1727, Senate Bill 1893, Senate Bill 1933, Senate Bill 2315, Senate Bill 2627, SCR 22, SCR 61, SCR 62, SJR 75, SJR 93, HCR 120, HCR 125, House Bill 33, House Bill 44, House Bill 55, House Bill 108, House Bill 456, House Bill 711, House Bill 718, House Bill 784, House Bill 1009, House Bill 1087, House Bill 1181, House Bill 1182, House Bill 1211, House Bill 1228, House Bill 1287, House Bill 1361, House Bill 1515, House Bill 1540, House Bill 1558, House Bill 1590, House Bill 1707, House Bill 1833, House Bill 1883, House Bill 2071, House Bill 2129, House Bill 2138, House Bill 2190, House Bill 2263, House Bill 2323, House Bill 2660, House Bill 2706, House Bill 2847, House Bill 3009, House Bill 3058, House Bill 3161, House Bill 3265, House Bill 3286, House Bill 3359, House Bill 3424, House Bill 3462, House Bill 3506, House Bill 3553, House Bill 3579, House Bill 3727, House Bill 3810, House Bill 3837, House Bill 4087, House Bill 4169, House Bill 4183, House Bill 4256, House Bill 4363, House Bill 4628, House Bill 4704, House Bill 4885, House Bill 5135, House Bill 5336, House Bill 5398, HCR 112, HCR 113, HCR 114, HCR 115, HCR 118, HCR 121, HCR 122, HJR 2, House Bill 19, House Bill 64, House Bill 139, House Bill 198, House Bill 409, House Bill 422, House Bill 461, House Bill 527, House Bill 611, House Bill 886, House Bill 923, House Bill 969, House Bill 1133, House Bill 1163, House Bill 1357, House Bill 1597, House Bill 1598, House Bill 1649, House Bill 1673, House Bill 1710, House Bill 1730, House Bill 1759, House Bill 1766, House Bill 1903, House Bill 3060, does that seem, or is it 2060? House Bill 2060, House Bill 2187, House Bill 2201, House Bill 2259, House Bill 23. He writes through the numbers. 2333. The number. House Bill 2488, House Bill 2512, House Bill 2555. House Bill 2620, House Bill 2626, House Bill 2715, House Bill 2741, House Bill 2816, House Bill 2839, House Bill 2850, House Bill 2878, House Bill 2900, House Bill 2975, House Bill 3097, House Bill 3159, House Bill 3191, House Bill 3207, House Bill 3232, House Bill 3235, House Bill 3257, House Bill 3335, House Bill 3419, House Bill 3469, House Bill 3556, House Bill 3603, House Bill 3908, House Bill 3981, House Bill 4062, House Bill 4106, House Bill 4415, House Bill 4456, House Bill 4538, House Bill 4550, House Bill 4645, House Bill 4660, House Bill 4714, House Bill 4758, House Bill 5066, House Bill 5178, House Bill 5307, House Bill 5309, House Bill 5312, House Bill 5316, House Bill 5322, House Bill 5332, House Bill 5333, House Bill 5334, House Bill 5337, House Bill 5340, House Bill 5372, House Bill 5373, House Bill 5377, House Bill 5386, House Bill 5389, House Bill 5414, House Bill 5415, HCR 26, don't do it. You don't have to make all this. House Bill 3297, House Bill 3372, House Bill 3440, House Bill 3447, House Bill 3453, House Bill 3456, House Bill 3461, House Bill 3466, House Bill 3474, House Bill 3550, House Bill 3672, House Bill 3699, House Bill 4123, House Bill 4227, House Bill 4443, House Bill 4500, House Bill 4635, House Bill 4696, House Bill 4759, House Bill 4888, House Bill 4990, House Bill 5012, House Bill 5105, House Bill 5180, House Bill 5183, House Bill 5344, House Bill 5405, HCR 123, HCR 126, HJR 3, HJR 125. House Bill 3, House Bill 4, House Bill 5, House Bill 9, House Bill 12, House Bill 17, House Bill 3697. House Bill 18, House Bill 114, House Bill 357, House Bill 473, House Bill 621, House Bill 915, House Bill 1058, House Bill 1243, House Bill 1277, House Bill 1500, House Bill 1595, House Bill 1605, House Bill 1620, House Bill 1848, House Bill 1998, House Bill 2026, House Bill 2121, House Bill 2484, House Bill 2559, House Bill 2727, House Bill 2729, House Bill 2815, House Bill 3033, House Bill 3059. That's the last two. Folder's confusing because I just was going to send it back. House Bill 40, 41, and House Bill 1.
Maybe across the street. I'll get you taken to your flowers. Just photograph. Are you ready to go back to your office? You can tell her about this.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 735 by Whitmire, procedures relating to articles of impeachment. Whereas it will be necessary for the Senate of Texas to adopt rules of procedure to govern its proceedings in the trial of Warren Kenneth Paxton, Jr., Attorney General, upon articles of impeachment presented by the House of Representatives. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Texas that a special committee of 7 senators be appointed by the President to prepare and present to a caucus of the Senate to be held on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, such rules of procedure for consideration by the Senate. And be it further resolved that notwithstanding Senate rules governing committee procedures, the committee shall meet subject to the call of the chair and is authorized to meet in closed session for purposes of deliberation. And be it further resolved that the President be authorized to issue a proclamation setting a date and time not later than Monday, August 28th, 2023, for the Senate to convene as a court of impeachment. And be it further resolved that the President be authorized to notify all members of the Senate, the Governor, the Board of Managers selected by the House of Representatives, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Warren Kenneth Paxton of such date and time set for the Senate to convene as a court of impeachment.
Chair recognizes Senator Whitmire on the resolution.
Mr. President, members, I would move that the Senate adopt Senate Resolution 735 at this time.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The resolution is adopted. The chair announces the appointment of the following committee.
Special Committee to recommend rules of procedure for court of impeachment. Chair, Senator Birdwell. Vice Chair, Senator Hinojosa. Members, Senator Creighton, Senator Flores, Senator Huffman, Senator King, Senator West.
Following motion in writing.
Mr. President, I move that all the remarks made during the Senate proceedings for election of the President pro tempore ad interim be reduced to writing and placed in the journal. Motion by Whitmire.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Members, we have a memorial resolution. The chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 728 by Hughes et al. Whereas countless lives were touched by the kindness and generosity of Gloria Morris Ashford of Dallas, who passed away on March 25, 2023, at the age of 92. And whereas the daughter of Samuel and Evelyn Morris, Gloria Ashford was born on October 11, 1930 in Los Angeles and grew up sharing in the companionship of a sister, Eleanor. Raised in Annapolis, Maryland, she graduated from the Anne Arundel County Public School System and went on to earn a degree in nursing. Devoted to helping others, she enjoyed a rewarding career as a nurse and retired from the Veterans Administration Hospital in Dallas after more than 20 years of dedicated service. She was also a loyal and committed union representative. And whereas valuing family above all else, Mrs. Ashford raised 4 children, Willis, Royce, Zena, and Morris, the latter of whom preceded her in death. With the passing years, she had the privilege of seeing her family grow to include 15 grandchildren, 12 great-grandchildren, and 8 great-great-grandchildren. And whereas admired for her warm and caring nature and radiant smile, Gloria Ashford brightened the world for all who knew her, and they will forever hold her close in their hearts. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 88th Texas Legislature hereby pay tribute to the memory of Gloria Morris Ashford and extend heartfelt sympathy to the members of her family. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for her family, and that when the Senate adjourns this day, do so in memory of Gloria Ashford. Senate Resolution 729 by Hughes et al. Whereas a full and productive life drew to a close with the passing of Flora Loretta Solomon Reeves on March 14, 2023, at the age of 89. And whereas the daughter of James Elmer Solomon and Eller Alda Bertha Harbison Solomon, the former Loretta Solomon was born in Chattanooga, Tennessee on March 11, 1934. She grew up with a brother James and a sister Judy. After graduating from Graham High School, she went on to earn both her bachelor's degree and master's degree in education from the University of North Texas. Over the course of a career that spanned nearly 4 decades, she taught English, literature, and journalism to elementary, high school, and college students. And whereas in 1965 she exchanged the vows of matrimony with Orlando's Prentice Patrick Reeves, and the couple enjoyed traveling the world together. Mrs. Reeves taught English and delivered Gideon Bibles in China, studied art in Rome, and walked the halls of the University of Cambridge in England. Among other adventures, she was chased by monkeys in India and mistakenly deported from Brazil to Argentina. She and her husband shared a fulfilling relationship of 30 years until his passing. And whereas Mrs. Reeves was the devoted mother of 2 sons, Brian and James, and through the years she knew the joy of welcoming 3 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren into her treasured family. She was a woman of strong faith and a longtime member of Sar Shalom Prince of Peace, a Messianic Jewish congregation in Arlington. And whereas although Loretta Reeves will be deeply missed, she has left her loved ones with a wealth of memories that they will forever treasure. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 88th Texas Legislature hereby pay tribute to the memory of Flora Loretta Solomon Reeves and extend sincere condolences to the members of her family. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for her family, and that when the Texas Senate adjourns this day, it do so in memory of Loretta Reeves.
Senator Hughes, on your 2 resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as we're all aware, our brothers Royce and Brian lost their mothers within 2 weeks of each other in the middle of the legislative session. And we were with them, and each of us, and prayed with them and encouraged them. And it seemed like this would be an appropriate time to formally and as a body recognize their loss and our loss. At the service for Brian's mother, and forgive me for using our first names on such a family matter like this, but at the service for Brian's mother, learned a lot about her. And I'll mention one more thing. Brian and his brother, the judge, took part, and we got an insight into her raising those boys and what she did for them and what she endured and how she sacrificed for them. And Brian's brother, the judge, even sang a song that she had written. Don't worry, I won't try it here, but it was a special time. It's a special time for a special lady who raised wonderful sons, one of whom we're especially thankful for. And Senate Resolution 729 is authored by every member of the Senate in her honor, except Senator Birdwell. We didn't ask you to sign on to hers, but every one of us authored that resolution in her memory, in her honor, and your honor. We're thankful for her. And then Senator West, we able to spend some time with you at that homegoing service for your mother. Learned so much about her. What a fighter, what an organizer, what a fighter for justice she was. We know where you got it, but we saw a lot of that. Saw pictures of her campaigning for you, and got to see your family participate in that. And what a special time that was, and what a special lady. And I'm reminded when I think of both of these ladies and what our colleagues have been through losing them. Over in Exodus chapter 3, verse 7, the Lord speaking about his people when they're going through unspeakable times. He says this, he says, I know their sorrows. I know their sorrows. And I know that's been especially real to each one of our colleagues going through this time. And so I'm just going to share one thing as I go to my seat. And by the way, Senator West, the resolution honoring your mother was signed by all of us except for you, in your honor and her memory. I'll say one thing that was common, a beautiful theme at both of those services. They talked about this wonderful truth of God's love for us, that even though we're sinners and our sin separates us from God, He loved us so much that Jesus Christ, His Son, God Himself, humbled Himself, came to this earth, lived a beautiful life, and then gave His life on the cross and rose again on the third day. And that promise of His resurrection is one that we can cling to with complete faith, knowing that He conquered death, and He conquered sin, and He conquered the grave. And that we put our faith in Him, we can know we have a home with Him, as these dear ladies did. And so we thank the Lord for their lives and for the wonderful sons they raised. And as we move passage, we'll just remember these words from the great apostle, these words from the Holy Spirit coming to us through the Apostle Paul. He said this, "For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord." We love each of you men. We're all a family here, and we grieve with you, and we're so thankful for these strong, wonderful women that raised these wonderful sons. Mr. President, I move adoption of the resolutions.
Would all in favor please rise to honor two great moms? The resolutions are adopted. Thank you, Senator Hughes, and thank all the members. Senator Sparks, for purpose.
Mr. President, I move to have the remarks that Senator Hughes made on behalf of Senator West and Senator Birdwell reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Members, if I can have your attention, we don't know when a special session will be called. It could be this evening, could be tomorrow, it could be in a few days, but I would encourage you to stay close before you take off. If it is called for later tonight, we can't get a quorum, then we will come in tomorrow, I would say about 12:30. So depending on what it's called, but I know all of you are heading in a lot of different directions, staff events, and we may not be able to get everyone back to actually Gavilan tonight. So we'll do it. Plan on potentially 12:30 tomorrow, and of course you'll know it in the news by reading the news if we've been called back. Secondly, we're all going to be seeing each other again a lot this year, but I don't want to end this 140 days without having all of our staff, all the ladies and men stand up who have done such an outstanding job. Nicole, Tracy, Lourdes, Michelle, messengers, Amanda, Julia, Jill, Lauren. And of course, Patsy and Colby, Karina. We could not do it without you. And all the sergeant of arms, all the messengers, everyone. Our librarians, the Ledge Council, everyone. You've made our jobs really easy. And I think, members, this is one of the smoothest sessions I can remember in terms of flow of everything. It was really good, really good. Well, thank you. And we'll probably see you tomorrow. But anyway, hopefully not, but we'll see. Senator Whitmire, you're recognized for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. And before I move to sine die, I would ask that the members do so in memory of Nancy Fleming, a longtime Chief of Staff of Secretary of State Jane Nelson when she was one of our senators. Untimely passing day of Nancy Fleming. Do so in her memory. And also, I would move that we adjourn sine die in memory of Gloria Morris Ashford, Senator West's mother, and Mrs. Flora Loretta Solomon Reeves, the mother of Senator Birdwell. Senator Hughes, I've been here a long time. You really represented the body in an excellent way a moment ago. I'm still touched by it, quite frankly. With that, Mr. President, I would move that the Senate of the 88th Legislature adjourn sine die. Thank you.
Members, any objection? I'm proud of all of you. Thank you for all your hard work this session. The chair hears no objection, so the Senate of the 88th Legislature adjourns sine die.